Okay, we're back with more Final Fantasy XIV. I've been streaming for about half an hour. Shit. Um, Messing about with settings and stuff. So I tried streaming at and recording at 1440p, which for the recording isn't an issue with my current setup, but there is no benefit to me streaming at a higher resolution on Twitch because I am already at the maximum bit rate for Twitch, or at least for my account on Twitch. I think that partners may get an expanded bitrate cap, or at least they used to ages ago. Which basically means the stream is as good as it can look, short of me replacing things like my webcam, which at some point I will need to do, but really isn't significant for right now, and stuff like that. So it's going to matter more my settings in game, and just trying to make sure that I'm now on like the best settings that I can do for 1080p on OBS and stuff like that. And it seems perfectly fine with my components as they are. I have taken the 30 FPS cap limit just so that basically my GPU isn't just constantly being fully enabled. So it'll just help with like my computer not overheating. Not that it is, but just it'll help prevent that stuff because there is not much benefit to having the higher FPS. Definitely not when I'm streaming and stuff. And if I can avoid having GPU issues, I'm gonna try. Now that's not what I meant to do. I do not really have too much that I can say we've done since last stream. I have done some. Jesus, that's big. I have done some stuff. I got Scholar and Summoner up to 80 because I've been doing my roulettes again to try and get some tombstones, and I've been doing them on healer just for the sake of it being fucking quick. Like I've not done today's roulettes yet. But I did I did a few roulettes just before the reset earlier today, which was interesting. But yeah, so those are both up to 80. Annoyingly, I don't actually get the benefit of being level 80 as summoner because the thing that gets improved is a Heavensward ability that we haven't unlocked yet because we've not done the job quests. I could do job quests today. And probably should. But I also just really want to get through the MSQ so that we can get into Stormblood, because once we're in Stormblood, that's where it's going to slow down again. For a while at least, whilst I focus on things like Elden Ring, and if I can actually go back to Final Fantasy Rebirth and do some of the stuff there, that'd be great. Yeah, that's for the most part. That's all I've done. We don't really have any reputation to speak of to do because I won't lie, I missed a day with both of the factions, but it doesn't really matter. We've got one more level with the Moogles, which I think is going to take about a week to complete, and it's pretty much the same for the Vanu Vanu. I think that's going to take, what, No, wait, that's a week. That's like almost 2 weeks. That's about 12 days. So you get 150 each day. So that's just shy of 10 days. And that's about 12 days. Math. Why am I doing math on stream? Why? I don't even really have anything to say for how we've been doing gathering stuff for the Anima Relic, because I haven't been. What we have done, though, now that I think about it, is we finished the Dragoon Relic. I don't think I had done that for Wednesday. When was it I finished that? Yeah, no, I literally finished that yesterday. My brain is a stinking pile of shit because I don't remember crap. But yeah, we finished this. This is the Longinus Zeta, which I don't hate. Just also don't love it. And I'm working on the Summoner. And I'm on like the 6th book. And just have the dungeons to do. So I'm hoping to have that finished in time for the Monday stream. So that then we can just be completely finished with A Realm Reborn relics. Finally. It's so close. It's so close. Anyway, let's get back to the story. Shall we? I don't need those in there. I also don't need that one, but that's just... That's been in there for ages now. Why has Burnbot just disconnected? Is everything okay? I'm gonna say yes. Let's go. Oh yeah, I can get new weapons this way. Those aren't terrible. That is terrible. Those I hate. That's kind of ugly. So yeah, we'll get these because I kind of like them. Because they've got an effect, and with certain glams that'd look fucking awesome. I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Okay. I haven't even done that many S ranks the last couple of days. I mean, it's only been 2 days since the previous stream, but normally I've done more stuff. But I think I'm just forgetting how much I've done for the Dragoon Relic, because I fucking have repressed it. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumoured that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see. So that's the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away, is it any wonder that they were left bereft? But what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmont, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honour the sacrifice of our forefathers, without glorying in their excesses. Difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No path will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Posted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, 'tis true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support, for what little it's worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emmanuelaine take part in the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. After, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray, inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. So that's their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? We've come this far, have we not? Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Aymeric wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about this. In fact, Curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Well met. Have you spoken with Sir Aymeric? I was aware of the Alliance request, so Sir Aymeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of his plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I'll select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray, deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Oh, okay, I don't have to go far. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Aymeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, well. Seems the first commander's gone in and picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favourite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that she's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I'll search Foundation, you the pillars. Oh, Emmanuelane! I carried on right to the manor. Our best chirurgeons attending to him as we speak. He is yet to wake, but surely he will. So, Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Forton, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I'd convinced myself I was above it all, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honoroit, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I'll go see Sir Aymeric. I will make my own decision. Emmanuelane, are you trying to say you want to be free to be the woman that you want to be as well? Hey. Ishgard has become very forward thinking since the Dragon Menace was eliminated. How you doing, Dragon? Oh no. What is this that Neff has just sent me? Okay. Yes, a new change of leadership. Very true. Under new management. You would have loved to see that as a plot twist nobody saw coming. The Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. I ask what matters demand his personal attention. I see. Very well. You may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Voice acted. Oh, fancy.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
In my stab wound.
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
Sorry, I'm just squeezing out a fart. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, let's do this.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
You have my thoughts. Why am I so far over this way? God help me. I think I might be in love. Dare say it might be cheating too. Mere presence is enough to turn the tide in most battles. Did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight. And yours. But not mine. Do I want this? No. 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 Okay, I don't want any of those. Sir Aymeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to this proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here, in the shadows of the Great Gate of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces. Outside of Carthno, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Yeah. There she is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing. Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle, that I am... But what if... What am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Honoroit when he wakes up. I am ready, old girl. Are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colours of House Fortom into battle. Pray, do us this honour. Okay, so they brought Rauban and his son. They made me dress up ugly. Let me dress like Hilda. I'll take that.
here present heed well the rules of engagement.
I'm sorry, but the stretched out texture over the boobs is just so glaringly obvious. I mean, that would be how they would do it, and it makes sense. But, gee. Yeah, this definitely looks grand. 3 on 3. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. Like, they were trying to set up new game modes here. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 points. They also are enhanced, rendering them more powerful. It's kind of like what I remember from when I've played.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
Is it Immortal Heroes? Is that the game? No. No, it's not. What was Age of Calamity based off of? I know that it's the sequel to thingy, Hyrule Warriors, but it's the game, that style of game. It's sticking in my head. And I don't remember what the original series is called. But it's that one. Someone will know. I think I'm going senile. Which is really, really concerning. Ladies?
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
I'm thinking, is it Immortal Warriors? Is that the name? Is that what I was fucking up on? Hey, Pippin! Get drilled! So basically, my strategy should just be going around and finding whichever one was tethered and ignoring everyone else. Die. Who's next? No one? Okay, now I have to protect her. Don't mind me just shooting our friends in the face. It's fine, they're rubber bullets. It's a rubber drill. Who is it? Is it this veteran? I'm gonna say that it's you. It was him. Okay. Oh, is it Raoban? I don't think Raoban needs to be buffed. Actually, no, he isn't. He is missing an arm. Maybe he does need to be buffed. Cyclops! Cyclops, everyone on your guard! All forces, fall back. Go on, climb him like it's Dragon's Dogma. Shoryuken! Continue the melee! I'll deal with him. Bye, Thancred. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on after. Now! Well, hi. Well met. I'll not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. I don't really care. My focus is on damage. I don't actually remember what this move does. Damage. Get drilled! Of course Rauban would survive getting drilled.
Did she win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Could have very easily been another way around.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Who are you speaking to?
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Rauban. subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Oh, bless your cotton socks, Nanamo. You know what that's like. You're speaking from experience. Painful, painful, drug-induced sleep experience.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Thanks.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
I mean, yeah, let's be fair. Without me, they would have been fucked. But also, the Alliance was kind of being a dick by sending out Rauban. Come on.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
And this is when Emanuele becomes just Emma, transitions, and then Emma is the new head of the Scions. It writes itself. Come on, it's so obvious. Oh, balls. Forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come, how much you've endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. Earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Welcome, Emma. Emma was just speaking in metaphors earlier about internal battles, struggles, and conflicts. Yeah. Yeah. It's all just imagery. Because Stormblood is all about the storm of blood and emotions that Emma is going through, and that's why we're going to just follow Emma as she goes about exploring the wide world and experiencing her new gender. It's a very, very forward-thinking game to have done this. Like, credit. Stormblood is all about the liberation. Yes, exactly. And that's why Emma then dresses up in who did I set to have it? I think it was my ninja. Then dresses up in a crop top sports bra jacket and short shorts. because it's all about the liberation of no longer being in a cold-ass country, being able to dress the way that they want and express themselves and their gender. You know, it's just, it's beautiful to see. Said your goodbyes? In all the years I've known Raoban, cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud after. You made this happen. Do I care about any of this shit? Nope, that looks like shit. The books are all really disappointing. What's the astrometer like? No. No. They just look like worse versions of the Shiva Extreme stuff. We've done it. Nay, you have done it. You've brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There's naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Is it another stab wound? Because it's not long until Emma gets bottom surgery, so I'm just thinking, you know, if there's already a blade there, I really need to stop this line of bit.
My lord!
Ah, Honoroi!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
What was with that delivery? I have a feeling you don't care about what women may find appealing. Unless it's Emma. That's what Shadowbringers is all about. It's about bringing their love out of the shadows for Emma. And then Endwalker is the unfortunate Taylor Swift breakup album. And Dawn Trail is following Honoroi, or Onawa, or however the fuck you say it, and it follows him going through his hoe stage by going to Ibiza. See, it's like the story just writes itself. It's so good, so good.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
They say you dueled General Rauban within a ring of flames. Did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the other only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you'd left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I want to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. Let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. Okay, we are definitely going to finish this patch today. And potentially the next one, to be honest. Well met, Mistress Bunn, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lady, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we've made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. And so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair. There's still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves, is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We've been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you any other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. This is a cutscene that I do remember. Hiya!
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Well, hello.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Going off script. I hope that's Vidofnir. Hey, Queen! Acting a little glitchy, but that's fine. We've got magic for that.
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me! Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yearneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Did you hire the Mogmenders for that?
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Oh god, here comes the resident incel to break up the party. So long, Vidofnir. If it was that easy to kill a dragon, like, why did Nidhogg take us so long? Did the eye just eat the arrow? I must admit, though, I do like the black and red. The corruption eyes, less so. But the last time we saw you, you were dragon-shaped.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall scape my wrath. None shall scape my revenge!
Seven hells.
Dragon Jesus.
Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg. Death to...
Death to Nidhogg! 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 Death to Nidhogg!
This kind of goes against the whole thing we were trying to do. Just saying. Justinian, I think you should really consider speaking with a therapist to sort out this deep-rooted hatred you have. Just Justinian chatting to an astrologian. On a chaise longue. I could see it. Paint me like one of your Dravanian girls. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. I think that it just skipped a line, but I only pressed the button once. Until the time I saw him strike, I still had some hope that what you had seen in Azizlar was an illusion, perhaps. He acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Trine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent. To deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordran, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us, stand apart. She was an example. A message to her brood. Another instrument of his vengeance. Like Estinian. Okay, so I can get an entire armor set. I definitely don't need striking. I kind of already have that one, but I really don't like the maiming one. The maiming one looks so weird. I mean, the fending is the same as the striking. I don't hate the scouting one, to be fair, so I'll probably go with scouting. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow Scion, but to you, after. My friend. But not here, no. But of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Ugh. Oh. Big stretch. Wait, no, the intercessory... How do I get there again? Been a while. Through here.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emmerich and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emmerich is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
You're acting like Aymeric wouldn't want to get Estinian back. Wouldn't want to even try. We'll find a way to save him.
We will. I know we will.
Son of a bitch, the voiced cutscene had to end just as I was about to have a biscuit. Fuck you, I'm gonna have my cookie anyway. Thank you, After. It's unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I'm glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of us fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. It's quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at 410 Manor. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again, we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved. Now it's our turn to return the favour. Hear, hear! Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, or of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph. We will find a way. We will. We will. Don't know what the thing that I'm most happy about from us having just done that quest, or having finished this patch. It's those emotes, because you can use them in doing portraits.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still. to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
You. The A Realm Reborn relics are coming back to bite me. Legitimately, like, that's the first thing I notice when they come up, is that they're all using the first stage of the A Realm Reborn relic.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragonsong War.
Yep, so that is the Gears of Change patch 3.2 complete. Now, we've got patch 3.3 that I think we should be able to do this stream, like, beginning to end. I think. Caution, Ida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Ah, Mistress Bunn. It's well that you're here. You're wanted within. I believe Master Alphino wishes a word with you. Ah, there you are. Have you a moment? There's something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Addis La, I feared him lost forever. The mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honoured colleagues waiting. Yeah, the because it's what victory. Never mind. We'll just do it this way. Where is it? You know what? In the meantime, let's have some bread. Victory. Which is just the same, it's the same animation that plays when you finish a dungeon or a duty. Then you have battle stance. Which is a pretty cool one too. And these are fucking great. Like, I can, especially with that, I can see like a Charlie's Angels style finger guns thing, which is kind of cool. But they're unique animations. For each class. So yeah, I'm gonna get to do a bunch of work on my portraits now. Which is fine, because honestly, my portraits are kind of shit since I upgraded my components and lost all my old portraits. Like, that one is shit. That one can definitely be made better. I don't hate this one. I'll be honest, I do kind of like this one. And that is just made by the glow effect. It makes it look like it's a holographic foil card. So they could be worse. They could be worse. But they could be better. Honestly, I also need to do... I need to get back into doing PvP. Or at least the daily front lines. So that I can get some more of the PvP framing kits.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered.
I really do, like, as someone that never actually paid attention to Kral before, I think she is quickly becoming my favorite Scion.
As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Nods.
I found you at last. A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Krile. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then, Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
Really, really hope that they at least upscale.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Upscales the like brooch or medallion on Krile. They might do it in Stormblood and future, but just I know that everything's getting reworked with Dawn Trail anyway, to a certain extent. But like those textures won't be. It's mainly like the engines that are. But I just it just looks so much worse than the rest of her outfit, and it looks like it's a JPEG cutout. I can't help but see it every single time. I know she's only little.
The conference
so
held
obvious.
at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg. Death to Nidhogg.
Death to him, I say! So, there's only 6 quests in this patch. Which is why I'm pretty sure we can do it from beginning to end, this stream. What news has Sir Aymeric to share with us, I wonder? But that might be because it's full of cutscenes. So that's the same as scouting. The healing one is different, but it's probably going to be the same model as this one with different colorings. You know what? I could actually see me using parts of this. If nothing else, it would fit for my blue mage because it's all blue. Probably didn't need to bother providing a caveat to that one, did I? Might Sir Aymeric perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they have located that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
It's all good.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
Fucking insane!
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you, both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
It grieves me to impose on you in such a manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. There's no imposition, Sir Aymeric. To Arthur and I, Ishgard is as a second home. To the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray, impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We've no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I've taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you'll be escorting me to Somal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as yet unknown to me. We will summon Racefulgar at Zenith in the Churning Mist. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to Anix Trine. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Fallen, then. Wrong. How you doing, girl? How you doing? Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray, forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight who I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for Somal, to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly! Thou knowst as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvelgur's heart remains unchanged then. A pity, but if it is a folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. as hath ever been the way with thy kind. Go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence has driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Give me the strudel! I don't know why. I don't know what stats it does. I don't know if I have more strudel that it will stack with, but give me the strudel. I did not have anything that it stacked with. But that's fine. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphino. Scout ahead if you wish after. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Mogholm! I'd heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estidian and Yusal yet walked at our side. Kupopo? Is that you after? Ah, if it isn't Mog. Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo. After all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you? Moglin. No. Moglin is the chief. Right? Yeah, Moglin is the chief. So it must be Moghan. Whew. You seemed a bit hesitant for a moment there. But I'm sure you were just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hraesvelgar. Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. That's good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We'd best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favour. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Does it want me to... No, it doesn't. The mini-map was still showing the up arrow, so I was like, oh, do I need to be up on that bit now? Because I by now I would have to have... Actually, no, I wouldn't have had to have unlocked flight here. You still would have had to do exploration. It's only Azisla that you have to have unlocked flight as part of the story. Hey. You dare summon me again, mortals?
Great Racevelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Help us fuck your brother up!
Greetings, Racevelga. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley? Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Needhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind became unto me the harbingers of despair. 'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Needhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny the aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming, that thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Azel upon your back?
Isel, piteous, deluded Isel. The child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred? Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragon Slayer as well. Believest thou this shade to be Needhogg returned? It is not merely a manifestation. Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance? The shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. While this shade of vengeance remains, the future will ever be uncertain. But if we kill him, Needhogg's transformation into Rage Incarnate is in part of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis the purity of my blood brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatotskir once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Hey, Mokan. What you doing? Are the Moogles gonna help me? Or are they gonna try and trick me? I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgr spoke. Come, my friend, Let us not keep our escort waiting. Leroy Jenkins! Oh, that was disappointing. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. There we go. We got a new dungeon. I'd love to queue into it. If I can. Quickly. Less than 5 minutes. We can probably do it. There we go. Okay. It's been a little bit since I did Astro. This might not go that well. Sorry to my party mates. That's melee. Okay. Well, we have a melee and a DPS, so you know what, that works for me. Oh, okay. We're doing bigger pulls. I see. Take it. You take it. I don't have that yet. Oh, that's because it's 62. Yeah, that makes sense. Below 50%. And now he's good. Focused targeting is so handy as a healer. Why has it taken me basically 2 expansions and nearly 45 days of game time? for focused targeting. So yeah, this is basically Good King Moggle Mog, but easier. Instead of him guaranteed reviving everyone, he only revives them if they're in the AoE, like the Bundu with the totem, which is in whichever dungeon that was. Neverreap. You still forget to use it frequently yourself. Is really, really handy for healing because the party list is misleading. At least I think so. Like, he's already lost 10. Our tank has lost 20% health, but it looks like he's only lost about 10%. So like now I'd say he's probably on 60%, but I know that he's on 50. And that's 70% health, but that bar, it looks misleading. So I found it really quite handy. As well, so I've set it to, I think Shift F is the default focus target, but I've set just F to be my target, my focus target button. So it's very, very easy for me to get back to the main tank to heal them. You've also gotten used to using the default keybind T for the target of your target. Yeah. That one is pretty good. I should really be using these some more. That's a shame. Isn't this the dungeon that has what is effectively the Ramu Eden fight in it? I think it is. I'm just trying to not give some stuff away. I haven't actually done any of the Eden fights, but I have seen one. Or at least seen what it looks like. Yep, yeah it is. Hi! It's a Night Pegasus. I still have yet to even see one of these. A very rare mount. Run! You're an idiot. I am an idiot also, because I'm nearly dead. I died. There's no... Oh, there's no secondary respawn. Secondary res. Uh-oh. Well, that counts as a death for me then. No matter what happens. Whether this is a wipe or not. But they should be able to do this without wiping. Gunbreaker has a lot of sustain. Even at level 60. At least I get a great camera. I forgot about the persistent damage. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about the Gunbreaker. The Gunbreaker's gonna live. They've got this. Oh, to be fair, they're a combat mentor. Yeah, they're a combat mentor. This tank has seen some shit. So, I probably don't need to worry about that wipe. Oh, hi! Here's the thing, I don't think I even used Divination. No, I did use Divination in that last boss. But as soon as I used it, the boss fucked off and became invulnerable. Oh, they said I'm doing great! Oh. Mentor Senpai noticed me. Whee! Ooh. No, I'm not ready for Ultimate Weapon Ultimate yet. Though, I do want to do the Ultimates eventually. I really want to do them. That was on the wrong person, but that's fine. You know what? Fuck it. We'll buff myself. Don't be where his glowy wings are. It's hard to get a group of like-minded people who don't mind going in blind and working through it with patience. That is my hope. Oh wait, this is a multi-stack, isn't it? Yeah. You just get all of the buffs, all of the regen effects. Just take them all. All the regen, all the healing. Yeah, that's kind of my hope for if we keep this going, and if we can get more people that want to play together, then, you know, maybe we can get together like a little raiding group. I know that some of Katinga's friends might be up for it. And in addition, you then have to worry about a time that's convenient for everyone. Yeah, that's the bigger barrier, quite usually. Oh, good. We did it. Calm the cat girl. You've met two other people who seem to be really kind people. Problem with one of them is that they only play during the late night hours for you in the US, which may work out for early morning, afternoon in Europe or UK. Yeah. From trying to arrange stuff with Logic, who's one of my mods who's in Vegas, I know that time zone difference is a bitch. Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength first hand, full well can I imagine how thou didst bring him low. The dread title of Azure Dragoon is no empty appellation. Very well, I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever. Twintania? That looks an awful lot like Twintania. That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Let us fight as allies, then, and together banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Needhog shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of lost Isal. Oh, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. And had he truly meant us harm, we would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training, of the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. After. Let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. What? When I told you about After's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Morgan. Triple? But that's not fair! There's no justice, Kupo! None at all!
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Now. I think it's now. Pretty sure it's now.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Oh, well, that's us halfway through the quests for this patch. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Hello again. Know you then what his roar portendeth?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Then we shall lend you our wings. Let us meet with Needhog on the field of battle, and together bring an end to his wrathful song. I really want the Twintania mount. It's a cool mount. I think you can only get it with gold feathers, which you can get some of by transferring to a new world, and then through the recruit a friend campaign, I think. Well, this looks familiar.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
The Elden Ring DLC looks a bit different. Have a good one, Drakeling.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
Bunny.
You are late, Warrior of Light.
I must admit, this is an incredibly sturdy bridge. You would have thought that the dragons would just destroy the bridge, and then the only way to get in or out is by flying. Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother? Abandon this war, shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten. But reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance and be at peace. What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our blood sister's lifeblood. Thou darest speak thus of my beloved? Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared thy heart fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle. Hot dragon on dragon action. So about that sturdy bridge. Kingdom Hearts. He got a wing. Thou art weak, Graceful girl. a slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease. Thou didst think to prevail against me? Glory not in thy victory shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I entrusted to another. Thine eye, what hast thou done? Is me. I got an eye. Fool! Thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy might? I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair, and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance. That theme song playing though. That's the theme song. The theme song. That is a pretty cool background asset though. Like that looks pretty good, you gotta admit. Alright, well, this is a trial, I thought. Was it not? Yeah, it is. There it is. Can we queue in for that as well? Less than 5 minutes. Yeah, we can do that. That's not really any better. I like the Berserker stuff. The Berserker stuff's not bad. Well, we've got a DPS. What good that is. I cannot have more than one pair of the bottoms. Okay. I am a little concerned that the music is just going in the background, because this is the kind of song that would probably get claimed on YouTube. It is a damn good song though. And it does work to get you hyped up for this. We're some of the way there. We've got 2 DPS. Honestly, it might be the tank that's the harder thing to get, but it's less than 5 minute It's not that late. It's only 11. What does the what does the victory look like? Oh, to be fair. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good for some portraits. Oh, so's that one. Those are some pretty good ones. Some pretty good ones. So's that. I'm a little concerned about the bend over. Yep, I can see that getting used by cat girls. I mean, who am I to say shit? I'm playing a bunny. Alright, and we've got a sage. I think that's okay. I think that's an okay comp. Sage is shield, right? That was the wrong button to press. Yeah, Sage is a shield, so that's good synergy. Who's main tank? It's going to be the one that has tank stance. Okay. I should really be buffing the samurai, because the samurai probably has more single DPS than ninja. Oh Jesus, how did that guy die? I didn't even see that. I forget what order you're supposed to do these. But there is an order. I thought it was the other way though. Oh God. Don't you leave me alone out here! Don't you go leave me alone! Okay, we're gonna do that. Okay, they're healing. They're rezzing the summoner. Okay, so now he's in his human mech suit form. I don't remember this fight, apparently. Everybody. 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 Just don't die. Just don't die. That's all you gotta do. I probably could have waited a little bit longer on that, huh? I'm just gone. Get up. It's not time for sleepy yet. That was a better use of collective unconscious. I'm still getting used to Astro. Especially at level 60 and up. Because I'm so used to healing with lower levels synced. So I'm not used to having my, like, full Heavensward tool set. Well, I guess... Why, thank you. And... Oof. You slap at a bitch. You slap at a bitch.
Estinian!
Don't you do it, boy.
Is this this brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
This is not your hand, worm!
Hey, Estinian. Kinky. Autoerotic asphyxiation.
Obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, warrior of light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Yoink.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Oh, I didn't know about this. Oshifon, my boy! Got your eyes. Undone by mortal will. Wither now. Why does it look like we're about to score a touchdown? That's a great texture quality.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Maybe it should have been on different sides of the bridge. Because they're now going to fall very close to each other.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
The horde has sensed the fall of their master, scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power I granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. Probably want it back now though, huh? Unless I now just carry your eye with me. I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, child of man. Children of man. Cumulative children.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
You're right there, my guy. My dude. You're gonna blunt your sword, my god. But yeah, things in here do look a bit different because of the fight. But I think it's only a little bit. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed... But no. The past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is dead. His foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. I want to know where this guy's going. Is he going to the Forgotten Knight? I mean, or he could be going to the congregation of our knights most heavenly. I'm invested. Where you going, my guy? Let me escort you. I am a healer after all. Hey, does this help? Walk towards the light. Oh shit, I think he did. He actually did walk towards the light. Oh no. I just killed a guy. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad. And rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia, and beg news of his condition. You know what, I'll stay as... No, actually. Let's go Dark Knight. Yeah. My honoured friends, as if winning Hraesvelga to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. Know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were After and Estinian. One triumphed over Needhog's Shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. Told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely... Sir Aymeric is never long from Estinian's bedside. We'll send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmont and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come after. It would seem we are awaited at Fortem Manor. How much? Yeah, I should spend some of that. I should spend some of that. I still need ether oil, and doing that I could not buy a book. So we're going to do it that way then. How much ether oil did I need again? Because I think... Are we only 3 off all of the ether oil that I will ever need? Is that... Dare I believe it? I do! Huzzah! It's very close. It's good. Because once I've got ether oil finished, because for some reason that's the one that my brain latched onto and went, let's get that done first, I'm going to need to get all of the unidentifiable stuff. Which is 6,000 per relic. Because it's 10 of each. And they're each 150, so that's 1,500 each. Yeah, 6,000 for one relic. One stage of that relic. Ugh. I need to start doing maps, because maps can also give... I don't know if they can give unidentifiable stuff, but they can give Numite. And I think they can give other components. Of the relic process. Oh, look at Honora.
The heroes of the hour return.
Looking like Loki. Or Atreus. Yep, that's his Greek name.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength. Mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, warrior of light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Come on, let's get in there and cast Benediction. That's all that we need to do. Just get in there, Benediction, get out. Job's good. After, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Freysfugger's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit, and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon. We were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell me I'm on my way. Tell them I'm on my way. Quickly after. We must go to him. Get ready for some cutscenes. Okay, the lighting was a little bit fucked, but it's fine.
Estinian!
This is the first time we've seen Estinian without his helmet, isn't it?
Cease your mewling, boy. Grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. It is an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
Maybe Dark Knight wasn't the right choice. Given I'm wearing a mask for all these cutscenes.
Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family. When no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has
has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
Yeah, I really should have thought about the mask.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the Dragonsong rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Now he's finished, he can rest too. Yep, and that is the end of Dragonsong, I believe. That was considered. Yeah, that's the end of Dragonsong. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending her way toward the city on Dragonback. Welcome home after. Nay, it was no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? These are questions for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray, assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, and please, convey my warmest regards to Master Alphino. Let's do that. There we go. That fixes a lot of problems. What is this? Oh. Yeah, this gets you a minion. I do want to do that. Just not necessarily right now. Spoke with Sir Aymeric. Do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Aymeric to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Ashian machinations. and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. And now we can finally travel to and from Ishgard by airship. Which is kind of nice. Oh no. The eyes. That's a dark paladin. You can tell because his armor's black. Thank you, Blaine Hares. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All proceeding as expected, then. Aye, there's naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. That's not Alphino. You Gary? No, Thancred. This way. Hey, Ulysses. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Cool! Well, there are 19 quests remaining until we hit Stormblood. I'm not gonna be able to do those today. Just to caveat that, I'm not doing all 19 today. No, sir. But what we can do is unlock the firmament. The notice reads, workers sought for the firmament reconstruction project. In smaller letters, it continues. Let it be known that large-scale reconstruction works aimed at revitalizing the Holy See of Ishgard have been approved by the House of Lords and Commons. Selected as the principal site for the project is the Firmament District, which sustained extensive damage during the war. Willing and able hands are now sought to contribute to the reconstruction effort, regardless of birth and origin. From those skilled in gathering from the land to those adept at creating with their hands, the project's needs are great and diverse. Contributions will not go unrewarded. Interested parties are invited to present themselves in the firmament. According to the note at the bottom of the notice, a man named Tomalin in Broome will show you to the district. Hello. Well met, friend. Answering the call of the firmament, are you? Wonderful, wonderful. Wait, I I know you! You're the savior of Ishgard! Are you saying that you would contribute to the reconstruction project? We're ready and willing. To think that a fabled hero such as you would help to rebuild our city. We are grateful beyond words. There is just one trifling matter. Do you perchance possess a work permit? It is a requirement for non-Ishgardians, you see. Is that so? As I recall, you are a ward of House Fortom, in which case perhaps an exception can be made. Alas, I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Well, I do, and I believe the permit can be overlooked in her case. Lord Overseer, you should grace us again. Greetings, my friend. In quite a while. Indeed, I shouldn't be surprised if you've forgotten me. Of course I haven't forgotten you, Francel. Honoured am I that you should remember me. Much and more has happened since first we met. Not least of all the war's end and Ishgard's transformation. Feels like an age ago that you and Lord Horchefont saved me from a heretic's fate. You'd proven your worth to me then. Even so, little did I expect that you'd go on to save our entire nation. You are a hero to us all. No amount of words could express my gratitude. No, only through action could I begin to repay the debt. Thus did I resolve to do my part for Ishgard, that I might honour those noble souls who risked life and limb to protect the nation. Souls such as you and Lord Horchefont. And so, when an overseer was being sought for the restoration project, I put forth my candidacy as the representative of my house. Our workshops and engineers could be put to good use, I reasoned. It was by no means unanimous, but the Fury saw fit to see me elected to the office. Honoured am I for this opportunity to serve the nation, and to redeem House Hallionart's good name. Owing to the contribution of artisans hailing from far and wide, we've accomplished our goal of rebuilding the district. However, we are still short-handed in the areas of administration, on account of which I've been performing such odd tasks as I could. Which is what brings me here today, as a matter of fact. I'm about to go and survey our citizens in order to learn what they envision for the firmament. If you can spare a moment, I have the pleasure of your company. Well-travelled as you are, your opinion would be of great interest to me, and I believe folk would be more willing to share their thoughts with you. You have my gratitude. Without further ado then, let's take ourselves to the Jeweled Crozier. We're bound to find a diverse assortment of people there. So, Neff has texted me going, hello, hi, how's it going? So I'm just texting back, hello, hi, I kill Big Dragon Boy and save City. Now I'm being recruited for arts and crafts. Get a coat that probably would have been helpful when we first got to Ishgard. It also looks terrible. But I can't say that I appreciate Ishgardian Lord chic. Ooh. Does that? No, of course it doesn't. But that has a good chance of being better than what I currently have. as does that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's guaranteed to be better. That was a good pull. For both my retainers, jeez. Ah, okay, it's not quite as good as the Neo Ishgardian set. That's fair, but this should be better, yeah. Because this is the maximum eye level stuff from Shadowbringers that you have to buy with Tombstones of Poetics. This is the thing that you can buy from the hunts. Join Front Soul as he surveys passers-by to learn their opinion. As the survey may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel Duty Finder shit. Hiya. Well, well. Come here to get supplies for the watch. What should I find but a familiar face? And if that ain't a pretty lad you got with you after. And a highborn one besides. You know me? I always aim high. I'm teasing is all. Any road, it's good to see you, my friend. What brings you here? Lady Hilda, your reputation precedes you. As you may be aware, approval was recently passed for the restoration of the firmament. In order to build a district that best serves its residents, we would know what good citizens such as yourself envision for it. Will you not share with us your thoughts? Ah, so you're the one they appointed overseer. Well then, you won't mind if I speak freely. Now, this ain't hardly revolutionary, but I want the firmament to be a place we can all make an honest living, where if a man works hard enough, he can have a roof over his head and food in his belly. Aye, might be as the war's over, but for a lot of us the struggle continues. Same as afore. Sort of struggle blue bloods will never know. Remember, Ishgard don't belong only to High and Holy now. The nation's to prosper, all her citizens need to prosper. Well, we must be getting on. But if you've need of guards, feel free to send word. If the coin's fair, I reckon we can come to an arrangement. Ah, that there is Lord Briarden. I had heard that he was travelling the realm in his capacity as a consulting inspector, but it appears he's returned to Ishgard. Like your good self, he's a well-travelled individual, and I should like to inquire after his opinion. Do you suppose we could beg a moment of his time? I believe he turns up in the Hildebrand questline, which I've still not done. A moment, good inspector! If it is an inspector you seek, you shan't find one more capable. Indeed, you could do worse. Far worse. Lord Briardine, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Francel de Hallionart, and I have the honour of overseeing the reconstruction of the firmament. It is known that you are intimately familiar with all the city-states of Eorzea, and I should be much obliged for your insights. In your expert opinion, what is the one thing you believe that the firmament needs most? If the district is to thrive, then it must have a thriving economy. As I have oft observed in my travels, the flow of goods and people is as lifeblood to a city, and should be encouraged. Ishgard has long been insular, but the recent change presents a great opportunity. Given the right planning, I'm hopeful that ours may become a nation where no citizens live in want. I bid you the very best in your endeavours, and should you have need of my investigative prowess, do not hesitate to call upon me. By your leave. old boy! After. I was wondering when you would notice me. Ever a pleasure to see you, old girl. If it isn't my dear Lord Francel, how fares your lovely sister? Has she, perchance, spoken of me of late? If Lanaette has spoken of you, I fear it has not been in our conversations. Now, if I may change the subject, Lord the third. Lord Lane. You will have heard that the restoration of the firmament has commenced. Is there aught that you envision for the district? What I envision? Can't say I've given it much thought. Well, what with the war finally come to an end, what is in order if not festivities? Yes, make the firmament into a festive place, I say. A place where one and all may engage in revelry each and every day. Beg pardon, my lord, but I believe Lord Francel seems something more specific. And, dare I say, constructive? Oh no, the advice comes from the heart, and I shall take it to heart. You have my gratitude, Lord Lane. Always a pleasure to aid a fellow man. Now then, we must be on our way. Take care, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, and Lord Francel, do send my fondest regards to your sister. Tell her how very helpful I was. Yes, that's good. Well, I dare say we've spoken with enough people. Shall we conclude the surveying and review what we've learned? Thanks to your presence, we were able to hear a diverse variety of opinions. Each one has merit. The question is whether the visions can be made reality. No, such pessimism will not serve. I must have faith and try my earnest best. Now then, for all this talk of the firmament, you haven't seen it, have you? Would you care to inspect it with me? I'll be there for a while hence, so please, join me at your leisure. Tomelin by the entrance will show you to the district. Oh, and when you see the man, would you mind giving him this? It is bone-chilling work standing there as he does. It's a little something to keep him warm. I could as easily hand it to him, to be sure, but it'd be all the more warming coming from the saviour of Ishgard. With that, I shall go on ahead. See you in the firmament, my old friend. The fact that it's actually going to be quicker for me to run there from here. Welcome back, my lady. Will you be heading to the firmament? From the Lord Overseer, you say? He truly is too kind. Before I began working under Lord Francel, I'd thought as little of highborn as I assume they thought of us commoners. But my lord not only treats everyone as equals, he shows kindness to everyone. And to receive this gift from the hands of the saviour of Ishgard herself, I'm touched beyond words. Thank you, my lady. I shall enjoy the wine when I find a quiet moment. Now then, I believe Lord Francel is expecting you in the firmament. Just say the word and I'll show you the route. So, the firmament is... it's a location that has a lot of stuff going on in it. This includes a instanced gathering zone. Which is a really, really good way of leveling your gatherer classes. Which gives you items that can be sold on the market board for some amount of money. It also has its own scoring system where you can earn points You can also earn scripts that are unique to the firmament that can be spent on unique items. And if you do specific collectibles from the gatherable items from the instanced zone, you can turn those in here for not only more points and scripts, but also experience, as well as you can get kind of like Wondrous Tales. There's Kupo of Fortune, which you can earn stamps for. And that has a unique set of rewards that you can get from it as well. Most people hate this content. I don't mind it. I just kind of switched off and got all of my, well, I got my botanist and miner up to 90 in the firmament. There you are, After. I bid you welcome to the firmament. As you can see, the rebuilding itself is complete. This is but the beginning, and we must now turn our attention to the running of the district. We have much and more to do. Speaking to the people has stoked the fires of my determination. I want to make the firmament into a vibrant, thriving district where highborn and lowborn alike may live side by side in harmony. Yet I'd be lying were I to say the task does not daunt me. There's a limit to what I can achieve, especially given House Hallionard's diminished influence. Have I come at a bad time? Count Edmond! To what do we owe the honor? Lest you forget, I am the Count de Fortom no more, just a retired old man. As for my presence here, Manalaine reported that After was in Ishgard, and I thought I would make a social call. You'll forgive me my eavesdropping, but it seems the reconstruction project is not immune to the uncertainty that has accompanied our nation's transition to a republic. After, I'm given to understand that the other nations have established residential districts for adventure use. Is this true? Sorry, I've been living under a rock. No. Yes, I've heard of such places. Districts specifically for adventure use, where they might possess their own abode. Intriguing. The truth is, our nation is divided by a gulf. While the redistribution of wealth may go some ways towards closing this gulf, it shall not lead to true independence for the masses. We must ask ourselves, in this new age in which we live, what role should each one of us play? In pondering this dilemma, I believe that we may draw inspiration from adventurers and their independent lives. Independent lives? If we were to translate this into the firmament, might it not assume the form of self-administration? It seems you found a spark, in which case this old man's ramblings have served their purpose. I shall pray for your success, Lord Francel. Your words are as a beacon in the dark, my lord. Thank you. Well, you seem to be occupied at present, so I'll leave you to your task. When next we meet, I hope to be regaled with your recent adventures. As ever, our Fortom Manor is at your disposal should you need a rest. You done talking, Francel? Because I'm itching to meet your hero friend. Yes, forgive me for the wait. After, permit me to introduce you to Augbert, formerly an engineer of our own house. He now serves as the project's chief foreman. It is thanks to his leadership on site that I'm able to focus my energies on the administrative aspects of the reconstruction. Francel's told me all about you, After. First you saved the old bleeding nation, now you're helping us rebuild it brick by brick. What can I say except it's great to have you on board. If you have any questions about the work, I'd be happy to field them. You save the tedious stuff like the budget for Francel, eh? Speaking of which, if you can spare another moment, my friend, I should like to consult you on some administrative matters. With all the little tasks demanding my time, I cannot always be present on site, but I endeavour to visit as often as possible, and I hope to see you often too. So the annoying thing about the firmament is there is a lot of stuff here a lot of stuff. But you have to do quests. You have to do quests like that one in order to unlock them. So basically, this is introducing you to all of the stuff that you can do here at the moment, which is we can donate collectibles to them to get a chance to play Kupo of Fortune by earning Kupo stamps, which is basically a scratch card that you can choose. It's a little bit more. It is a scratch card, but it's dumb luck. Because you can just not get anything if you gamble for higher value items. But there can be some good stuff there. Anything that we gather from the instance zone, we have to speak with the resource inspector, and we can't use them for anything until they've been inspected. Oh yeah, we're gonna get effectively a rocket launcher. Don't worry, we're gonna get to that. Ah, if it isn't good Mistress After. Though you may have seen me attending Lord Francel, I've not had the pleasure of introducing myself. I am his manservant, Foincrenou. I would like to offer you my personal thanks for lending your aid, my lord. Yours is an inspiring presence to him. Owing to the collective effort of all involved, the new nest stands completed. Such was my lord's joy. It was as if he were a young boy again. He now seeks to settle folk in the district, and is personally reaching out to those citizens who were displaced by the war and subsequent unrest. About that. Master Augbert, by your tone, I take it you harbour some concerns. Aye, that I do. Thanks to Francel's encouragement, some folk have already moved into the district, but many more are dragging their feet. To hear the talk, they're afraid that the rent will be too expensive, or that they'll put themselves at the mercy of artless nobles, and a whole host of other reasons. In order to encourage settlement, the firmament offers various incentives to residents, such as tax relief and employment initiatives. Mayhap this knowledge has not been sufficiently disseminated to the public. My thought exactly. That he's late to return is because he's struggling to win folk over, I'd wager. On that note, Arthur, I was wondering if you mind searching for him. See how he's faring. I too would be grateful were you to look in on my lord. You'll find him in the broom speaking with the residents, I believe. Now, there is benefit to doing all of the firmament quests. Two of the biggest benefits being that there are 2 custom delivery people here. What is your thing? Oh! And this is for the Sky Steel. Yeah. Okay. That's another relic. That's a crafter and gatherer relic quest. For the level 80 relic. I'm in Heavensward. That's it, everything that you have to do, everything that you have to gather is Heavensward or Firmament specific, I believe. But it's because the Firmament was added. When was it added? I know it was reworked in Shadowbringers, right? Yeah. When was it added? It was originally added in patch 5.11. But when it originally started, it was this big event that players were actually rebuilding the district. And there were achievements linked to your contribution to rebuilding the district and stuff like that. Will you not tell me why you do not wish to live in the firmament? What is it that worries you so? After. You could not have come at a better time. You may have heard that I am in the process of settling citizens into the firmament. While some could not pack their belongings quickly enough, others are proving resistant to the idea, such as Ordain here and her daughter, Noal. Begging your pardons, but aren't you the saviour of Ishgard? An honour, milady. We're grateful for the invitation, we truly are. We couldn't possibly afford to live in a shiny new district. Even before our home in the Broom was burned down, we were barely getting by. Besides, given who we are, we don't have the right. In my mind, the firmament is for people such as they, first and foremost, who lost their homes to the fires of conflict. If they themselves do not wish it, I cannot well force them to move. They have employment initiatives for residents. Truly? If that's the case, perhaps it's not out of the question for us. Perhaps I should do it. Yes. If not for myself, then for my little girl. All right. I humbly accept. Glad am I to hear it. Pray, see to your preparations then, and come to the firmament when you're ready. And all it took was a few words from you. You truly hold sway over people, my friend. Of course, such trust comes not overnight. It is the product of your many selfless deeds. Despite being falsely accused of a crime and driven to the ends of the realm, you did not surrender to despair. On the contrary, you dedicated yourself to the plight of others, and ultimately guided our war-weary nation upon the path to peace. In some ways, we have walked similar paths, but my struggles are trifling things compared to yours. My name carries not the same weight. My words have not the same power over the hearts of my fellow men. But the fury take me if I allow the restoration effort to founder on account of my personal failings. The health and happiness of the people are at stake. Therefore, I ask you, will you not aid me in the running of the firmament? With you beside me, I feel there is no difficulty I cannot overcome. You needn't answer right this moment. Please, take the time to think on it. Okay. What I want to do is, ideally, I want to keep going until we unlock one of the custom deliveries. Because then I'll have 2 custom deliveries that I can do each week. You agree to aid me then? Words cannot well express my gladness. Thank you. Without further ado then, I would have you deliver these missives. They're entreaties for cooperation in the restoration effort. Ordinarily, I would make the delivery myself, but I believe that the recipients would be pleased for your visit. One is Gibralont, proprietor of the Forgotten Knight. Another is Sir Handeloup of the Temple Knights. And last but not least is Mistress Delays, our master of the markets. While you see to this task, I shall look in on Ordwain and her daughter. Let us convene in the firmament afterwards. Words got me fucked up. In after, what can I get you? A missive from young Francel. I can only guess where he ended up delivering it for me. Let's have a look. Dear Gibralon, I pray this missive finds you well, and not bothered overmuch by the old wound. I write with regards to our efforts in the firmament, which you will most certainly be aware. Of late, we've seen a marked increase in the number of workers on site, and we struggle to keep everyone fed. In order to alleviate the strain upon our kitchen, it is my hope that you might provide us with hearty and wholesome provender from your own. Young Francel was always good to me back when I served his house. I wouldn't refuse him. I'll arrange to have the meals prepared and sent to the firmament at once. You're involved in the restoration, then I take it. Keep an eye out on the lad for me, will you? Well met, Arthur. To what do I owe the honour this day? A missive from Lord Francel, you say? Sir Andeloup, my thanks for your unflagging dedication to preserving the peace in the Holy See. I write to you as overseer of the firmament reconstruction project in order to officially entreat the cooperation of the Temple Knights. The project's need for able hands will only grow. It is my hope that your order might be amenable to dispatching a contingent of engineers to assist in our efforts. For the prosperity of our nation, I thank you for your kind consideration. I see. Though I have not the authority alone to decide, I for one should be glad were our order to lend what help we may. I shall do my utmost to see what Lord Francel has his engineers. Truth be told, I have a personal interest in the firmament. Ere it was razed to the ground, I myself lived there, you see. Many places in Ishgard offer a commanding view. I find none finer than that of my erstwhile home. I need to think about doing the crafter job quests pretty soon. Because those are gonna take a while. What it's probably gonna be is we're gonna get into Stormblood. We're gonna get caught up on combat job quests. Unlock Sage and Reaper, maybe. Or I might wait until I get the experience buff from a new world for that. And then do Crafter and Gatherer job quests up to the end of Heavensward. Because basically, I'm in no rush to actually get through Stormblood. We also need to do the Hildebrand questline, finish up the Beast Tribes in Heavensward, but that won't take very long. That's only a couple of weeks. Probably like 3 or 4 weeks away from right now. I obviously need to do all of the the relics, but that needs tombstones and poetics and singing clusters and all that shit. So that's going to be a project. But I reckon that once we're done with all of that stuff, Stormblood probably won't take that long. From what I remember, its story isn't that long. Comparatively to the other expansions, I guess. But also, at some point, before Stormblood, I need to do Palace of the Dead. Ideally. Because the next deep dungeon, Heaven on High, gets unlocked in Stormblood. Anyway, a warm welcome to you, Mr. Spun. What is it that you seek at the Jeweled Crozier this evening? Oh, a missive for me, from Lord Francel. Intriguing. Dear Mistress Elaine, I pray this missive finds you well and your markets bustling. I write to request your aid in acquiring heavy machinery of foreign make, intended for the use of the many foreigners lending their expertise to the restoration project. Such equipment as the Skysteel manufactory possesses is unfamiliar to non-Ishgardians, and as such would adversely affect their ability to carry out their work. Through the connections you've established with foreign merchants, I have faith that you can procure for us that which we require. My humblest thanks for your assistance. Heavy machinery of foreign make? There will be no small coup to source such items. The merchants in me welcomes the challenge. But I say, it feels like only yesterday that Lord Francel was a little boy coming to market with his brothers. Now he's blossomed into a well-spoken, accomplished young man. Time surely flies. Ah, forgive me my reminiscence. You may relay to my lord, it shall be my pleasure to attend to his order. Okay. So I think I need to do 3 more Firmament main quests. Can I already enter the Empyrean? I can. Okay. Are there still houses? There are. Jesus. To be fair, I know that the Imperium is seen as one of the worst locations. There's shit tons of houses. Damn. I know that it's between here and the Goblet. Most expensive house is 50 million gil. I do want to buy myself a house, but I'm waiting a little bit to see, like, so Shadow, the new data center for Europe, is being rolled out on a provisionary basis for the release of Dawn Trail. So it actually opens up in 3 days from the time of this stream. But you can't create new characters on it, and you can't data center transfer to it, so that's basically, you can't have it be your home data center, but you can data center travel to it and play on it. So until they make it that you can transfer to it or create a new character on it, or both, I can't get the experience buff from being on it. And in fact, being on it would just mean that I can't do stuff with like my retainers or come to the firmament and all of that stuff. So I'm hoping that they open it up to actually allowing new characters to be on it and stuff like that before too long. And once they do, that's when I'll buy a house. Although what I wanted to check is, when is... It's currently a results period. His housing is done by lottery. I could buy a house, because I believe that I would get reimbursed for the price of whatever I get when I data center travel. But there's also not much point, because I can't decorate it, because I'm going to data center travel, and I know that I am. I want that experience buff. I want it. There you are, after. Have you delivered the missives, I take it? So, how did the recipients respond to my entreaties? Does this have to be as a crafter? No. No, it doesn't. Okay. It does have to be level 60, though. Okay. In which case... you can give me the experience on Machinist. It's not much. It's equivalent to me doing one of the Beast Tribe dailies, but still. Come, do not keep me waiting. What were the recipients' responses? Both Gibralon and Alaise are willing? Glad am I to hear it. This should do wonders for our workers' morale. As for Sir Honolup, I know he's not one to make promises out of hand, but I have confidence he'll come through for us. Thanks to your kind help, I was able to personally assist Adwain and her daughter meanwhile. Having but few possessions, they were able to promptly move to the firmament. I also managed to find a moment to pen further missives. Lest you wonder, these are addressed to the 4 high houses, my own included. Each of the houses has strengths that shall avail the project, and I would call upon their cooperation. I know not how the petition from an upstart such as I will be received, but it would not do to depend entirely on you. Nay, these missives I shall deliver myself. Lord Francel, a moment? Oh dear. There are people who've been waiting for an audience with my lord. Mistress After, it pains me to make such a request of you, but will you not consent to serve as acting overseer and speak with the workers and residents in my lord's stead? I'm truly grateful. Now, I expect that some advice will be asked of you, but I trust you to exercise your best judgment. I shall call the petitioners in turn whenever you're ready. You need but say the word. So this is going to be a similar sequence to when we were asking people for their help. Are you ready to receive the petitioners, my lady? They also do this style of interaction for some of the events. Hiya. Huh? Francel's away again, is he? I've been flat out late, eh? Helping folk get settled. Any road, I want to speak with him about a big task what's coming up. We need to bring in more hands for it. The Temple Knights might dispatch engineers. The Temple Knight engineers, you say? Aye, with their knowledge and experience, I reckon they'll do nicely. I'll see to it if we're ready to begin as soon as we get approval. My thanks. What? Lord Francel isn't even here? Bah, what a waste of time. Now, now, sir, you mustn't say such things. You know the Overseer is a busy man. We're artisans from Limsa Laminza, charged with imparting our techniques to the locals. Our apprentices have been making good progress. We've a mind to set them more advanced tasks, but for this we need specialised machinery they don't have in Ishgard. We want to ask the Overseer if he could have it brought in. Seems to have to wait for another time. The jewelled crozier can bring in what you need. Truly? That's good to hear. In case you're wondering, the machinery in question is made by Naldik and Vimelis. We'll have the details for you soon. We'd appreciate it if you could relay them to the people at the jewelled crozier. A Gala cat? A Gala kitten suddenly appears. Beg your pardons, milady. This little critter came here and missed cargo from the Sea of Clouds. We tried to send it on its way, but it refuses to leave. It's been lingering near the kitchen, so I suspect it's hungry. Thus far, it hasn't done any harm, but what do you suppose we should do with it? Gibralont will be bringing food. Meow. Purr, purr. If I didn't know better, I'd say it understood what you said, and it seems to have caught scent or something. I'll go keep an eye on it. So yeah, if you didn't do those two quests back to back, or if you just skipped all of the dialogue from the previous quest, this just becomes multiple choice. And you might have to repeat it, because if you put the wrong response, it doesn't like it. Speaking from experience. Well, well, if it ain't after. You're certainly a common sight in the firmament these days. Your friend Francel, he said he's keen on guards I was offering, so I came to discuss the details with him. Seems he ain't here though, so our talk will have to keep. There was something I wanted to tell you. The other day I had occasion to meet Sir Aymeric. Busy as he is, he's been able to pay a proper visit to the firmament. He knows all about your involvement though, and he was saying how grateful he was to you, as Lord Speaker of the House and private citizen both. And that's all from me. You seeing you? That is everyone, I believe. I thank you for assisting the people in Lord Francel's stead. Speaking of whom, I expect he will return anon. Shall we await him together? After, you're still here. While you were absent, my lord, Mistress After has been acting in your stead, attending the needs of those on site. Truly? Pray, forgive me. In my eagerness, it appears I have unduly burdened you with my duties. But my own task, I'm pleased to report, was not without fruit. We've received promising responses from all the high houses. Though it was largely a matter of formality, I first went to secure the support of House Hallionart. I then paid a visit to House Fortom, which has been providing lodgings to visiting workers. There, I was given the assurance that they will increase their capacity as the needs arise. Next, I knocked upon the door of Durandare Manor. As a house founded upon military traditions, I was informed that they had little to offer to the restoration effort. Resigned, I was about to take my leave when, by a stroke of good fortune, Lord Janaquinad appeared and pledged to open a school where children might learn their letters, numbers, and stars. Last but not least, I took myself to House Zamil, renowned for its architectural prowess, and they agreed to employ their expertise for the firmament's benefit. I understand you're acquainted with Lord Tarrison, the retired count. With his skill and passion, I doubt not but that he will prove a great ally to our cause. Oh no, pledges of cooperation from all the high houses. Not so long ago, this would have been unthinkable. It's due to the peace we now enjoy thanks to you, Mistress After. Help! Please help! Mommy! Mommy, she's in trouble! Please, you have to help her! Noel, take a deep breath, child, and tell us what has happened to Ordwain. A scary Inquisitor! He came and took Mummy away! You hadn't done anything wrong, please! You can't let her! She'll be fine, child. After and I'll see to it. Show us where your mother was taken. Come, my friend. Let us follow Noel. The Ark of the Worthy. Oh, that's just the inside of the Gate of Judgment. Outside the gate! She was taken outside the gate! How many times must I tell you? We are good dragons! I demand you let us enter at once! Ordwain, it's me, Marcelo. Please, my love, tell them to let us pass. What? Can it truly be? What in the Fury's name is happening here? Ah, Lord Francel. We stopped these two dragons attempting to enter the Holy See. The larger claims to be related to this woman. Thus did I bring her hither to verify the truth. If this dragon is in fact a man, it is more than likely that he is a heretic and must be punished harshly. As must his kin. Give me, Inquisitor, but mayhap you were absent when the Lord Speaker made his declaration. In light of the peace we forged with the dragons, those accused of heresy are to be accorded fair hearing and not punished out of hand. Be that as it may, it would not do to allow them to roam freely in the Holy See. It is liable to cause panic among the citizens. As you say, yet ere we rush to pass judgment, we should allow the man a chance to tell his tale. Marcelo, was it? I bid you speak truthfully. Have you ever taken the life of an Ishgardian citizen? No, my lord. Upon my honour, I haven't so much as laid a claw on anyone. It's true that I chose to follow Lady Isar. It's true that I partook of dragon blood. Whether it's because of myself or the blood, I can't say. My transformation was long and painful. By the time I had recovered, the war had already ended. To make matters worse, I found I couldn't revert to my original form. I took to wandering aimlessly until I chanced to encounter L2 here, who encouraged me to return home. If this man speaks true, then by our laws he's committed no crime. You would simply believe the words of a dragon? Without any proof whatsoever. You don't have any proof of wrongdoing either. Oh, he just shit himself. I shall take these two into my care. If they should cause any trouble, I will personally accept responsibility. If you would vouch for them, Lord Francel, then I shall not object. I but pray that you will not come to regret your decision. Well, it appears we have the situation in hand for the time being. Forgive us, my lord. We didn't mean to involve you in our troubles. Do not mention it. I have a responsibility to the residents of the firmament. That you and your daughter are safe is all that matters. Now, we just need to decide what to do with our guest. If you finish your bickering, you could start by showing me your city. Oh yes, I've dreamed of seeing it for a long time. Suppose there's no harm in that. It would afford us the opportunity to discuss your situation further. Come with me then, to the firmament. So you can fast travel from this one. Okay. I don't have to attune to these, which is nice. It appears all are present. Good. So, Marcelo, L2. Though you are my guests, I trust you can appreciate that your troubles are not yet over. Yours in particular, Marcelo. Though you are Ishgardian, as a heretic and dragon both, you place your family in an exceedingly difficult position. But ere I speak further, we should hear Ordain's thoughts on the matter. It's only because our nation has changed that I can admit this now. But I too once supported Lady Iceheart's vision. I couldn't well commit myself to her cause, though. That would mean forsaking our family. But he did so anyway. He forsook us, left us to fend for ourselves, and look at him now. Worse still, he's brazen enough to show his face in Ishgard and runs afoul of an inquisitor. If it weren't for my lord's intervention, he might have been executed there and then. Forgive me, but I don't know. After all that's happened, I don't know if I can, if I want to take him back. Please, give me some time to think. I just wanted to see the two of you again. You finally meet your family and all you can do is stammer and sulk? Have some stones, for heaven's sake. But enough of your tedious troubles. I came in to see a city, and I'm going to see one. Wait. Apologies after, but will you not go and keep an eye on L2? I've not had the chance to inform the residents, and it would not do so well to cause panic. You have my gratitude. Now, it seems she headed into the new nest. If you hurry, you should be able to find her. Leroy! Seems men don't change very much as they grow. However, do they become able to fly, I wonder? Oh, it's you! What is it? As I've said already, I won't harm anyone. I'll have you know that my sire is Gullenbursty of the noble line of Rototaskir, and like our esteemed ancestor, I will fill the skies with beauteous songs. Now, you may be wondering what events led to me being here. I've been on a journey to learn the ways of men, you see. But one I met was more interested in skewering than me speaking. I mightn't be alive if Marcelo hadn't come to my aid. Though our kinds are meant to be at peace again, not all men are ready to accept dragons as friends. The opposite is true too, of course. Look, I'd sooner not be caught by unfriendly men either, so perhaps I'll return with you after all. Seems there was no alarm caused. My thanks for finding L2 after. While you were gone, I took the opportunity to inform the residents about our guests. While all now understand the situation, whether they accept it is another question. Lord Francel, might we have a word? After, could you wait with Marcelo and L2 yonder while I speak with these good folk? We had heard that there were dragons in the firmament. It appears the rumours were true. One of them near killed me in the war, tore me open the length of my back. They say the larger one used to be a man, but the mere sight of him makes the scar ache unbearably. And my daughter, she was murdered by those wretched heretics. It's easy to say there's peace now, but it's not so easy to forget. I too lost a dear brother to the dragons. Believe me when I say I understand that some wounds do not heal. I'll not force you to accept Marcelo. Yet despite his appearance, he is but another Ishgardian, no different from ourselves. So I ask that you withhold your judgment for a time, that you give him a chance. If you say so, then very well, my lord. Forgive me, Lord Francel. It seems my presence brings only pain. Come now, there's not a single soul in the nation who hasn't known suffering. You not least of all, my friend. If you are willing, will you not share with us how you came to be a heretic? Somewhere in your tale we may find the key to winning over the doubters. And it's at this point that his story... or the story here branches off, I think? No, it's after To Thor a Frozen Heart. Okay. Come, Marcelo, tell us your tale. I used to be a craftsman, making sundry necessities on request. Wasn't much. It was a living, for me and my family. When our home burned down, I took to repairing other people's belongings in exchange for scraps of food. Though it was necessary to keep us from starving, knowing that each mouthful I earned meant less for our fellows, the unfairness of it all was too much to bear. So I cast my lot with Lady Iceheart, with dreams of making lives better for the common folk. But in the end, all I succeeded in doing was forsaking my loved ones. I would make amends to my family if they will let me. As I am now, I'm naught but a burden to them. It's the last thing I wish to be. I see. My thanks for opening your heart to us. It's as Father says, men tend to overthink things. Perhaps one is made to think more when one's life is fleeting. That may well be the case, my friend, but it makes our feelings no less true for it. Marcelo feels the keenest regret, one born of the love he bears for his family. If his fellow Ishgardians can be made to understand this. You said that you were once a craftsman. If you were to make for the people such items as they find needful, as you once did, I dare say you could express your feelings better than any words can. Express my feelings. Altered as my hands are, I know not how well I can perform the task. But very well, my lord. I will try my very best. I'm certain you will. As for the items you might craft, I believe you best know these things which will delight your wife and child. The question is, what may serve to please your detractors? The two men who approached, the older, recently moved to the firmament with his son's family. They arrived with naught but the shirts on their back, and I imagine they would have needs of household items, such as dining utensils. Then there's the younger fellow, the retired soldier, whose scars trouble him. He might appreciate an unguent of some description to relieve the aches. Would such items be within your abilities to prepare? I believe so, my lord. I know a place in New Nest where Marcelo may do his work. Pray, come with me. Can you guess who the custom delivery is yet? Seems I can make use of this space and all the equipment and materials besides. Aye, whatever you find here is yours to use as you see fit. Is there aught else you might require? Mistress After, L2. I trouble you to obtain 2 items for me. One's a healing herb for the unguent, and the other a dye. I'd go about obtaining them myself, but I'm liable to cause panic. L2 is small enough to remain inconspicuous, at least, and can fly beside. Of course I'd be happy to help. You may leave the herbs to me. I may task you with the dye, then. It's 2 pots of cream yellow I require. I've heard the woman named Elenwe at the Medicant's Court deals in all manner of wares. Perhaps you can inquire with her? The Medicant's Court. Okay. So can I see what is for sale with the scripts now? I can, good. So, you can get mounts, which include one of the ones that I already have. You can get emotes. You can get hair, which, to be fair, I think I already have all of the hair ones. You can get some minions, barding, a bunch of music, some fashion items. There's a card. But this is just one of the screens. You can also get some crafter glam. That one's quite popular. That one's quite popular because, well, that looks like anyone that works in a cafe or anything like that, and so that's what a lot of people get. Some leather pants, leather shoes, a helmet that probably won't fit, and something that gives you tattoos. Yep. Don't actually hate those boots. Don't hate them. And then you can get costumes for the armor sets for all of the different crafters and gatherers, and a bunch of furniture items, as well as you can get some materials and materia. Oh, I forget that you can buy dye from here as well. And you could then sell those if you wanted. Although there's better things to buy from here. So they need cream yellow. And we need 2 of them. We were able to obtain the die. Yes, this is it. Shall put it to use at once. I've already finished the utensils, and thanks to you, the presents for my family will soon be ready. Now I just need L2 to return with the herbs. Seeing as all is proceeding apace, I believe it's time to arrange a gathering. The area atop yonder step should serve as a venue. Von Crono, would you be so kind as to bear word to the people? With pleasure, my lord. Mistress Arthur, perhaps you'd like to be the one to seek out Mistress Ordwain. I dare say she would be more than willing to attend at your invitation. Oh, it's you, milady. Is there something you need? I see. It's just like him to do this. Even though he's my husband, the decision to accept a dragon, it's too much for a mere commoner such as me to bear. And when I think about my daughter, and I imagine how other children might mock her, I just don't know. On a long journey, the first step is often the hardest to take. I don't know how you do it, but your words give me courage. To simply talk with you instills in me with a sense of hope, and knowing that there are decent folks such as yourself and Lord Francel around, I feel as though all will be well in the end. Alright, we'll be there, Noal and I. We'll hear what Marcelou has to say. Thank you, milady. Yeah, there's a reason why I don't run around this area much. Big stompy boy. What is this? We were told Lord Francel had summoned us, but you're an ordinary Ishgardian, just like you. I'm also a craftsman, and with help from some friends, I've made something for each of you. It isn't much, but please accept it. Dining utensils. Ours is a big family, so these would certainly be useful. I hope that they serve you well. You may struggle to believe it, but I used to be your neighbour. Before I took on this form, I made whatever it was folk needed. And it's my hope that I can put my skills to use again. The people of the firmament. My scar flares up on cold, dry days. This unguent should take the edge off the pain. This is kind of you. Oh, to be so young and open-minded. I know that you've done us no ill, but I can't simply forgive and forget the heretics for what they did. You have lost a great deal. We would not diminish your suffering by asking you to change your views. Yet, in spite of yourself, might you not try to see the individual before you as simply that? An individual, deserving of a chance. I'm sorry. I know I'm not being fair. Come. It wouldn't do to strain yourselves. If you'd follow me, good sirs, I'll find you some refreshment. Ordwain, Noal, I have something for you two as well. Aren't these our clothes? Let's put them on, Mommy! Let's put them on! It's exactly the same as the one I lost in the fire. You remembered, Daddy? You remembered how much I loved this coat and this colour. You may be a dragon now, but I don't mind at all. My friends Melee said that dragons are nice. It must have been difficult to make these with those hands. Plain that you still think of us. And yet, you abandoned us when we needed you most. You left us to face the worst of the war alone, and I hated you for it. And so... I know. What I did was unforgivable, and I don't have the right to be with you and Noel. I'll leave this place for good and all. No! Listen to the end, will you? What I want to say is, can't give you a definite answer right this moment. I'm willing to give us another chance. If you're still the man that I once knew, then perhaps we can work through this problem together, like we've worked through others. If this is enough for you for now, then you're welcome at our new home. It is. It's more than I could ever ask for. Thank you, Ordain. Thank you again, milady, for instilling me with the courage to take the first step. Forgiveness won't come overnight. We still have a long journey ahead of us. If we have faith in one another, I'm confident that we'll find happiness again. If you can spare another moment, would you accompany me to find Lord Francel? I wish to thank you and him both for the second chance I have with my loved ones. There you are after. Concrenu has told me all. I'm glad for you, my friend. Your honest feelings have reached the hearts of the people, your families included. Yes, my lord. Been given a second chance with my family. I owe it all to you and Mistress After. This is hardly enough to express my gratitude, but I made something for you as well. Won't you do me the honor of trying it on? Well now, this is hardly necessary. I shall humbly accept it. A moment, if you would. This is a perfect fit, and such a dashing design besides. My thanks for this fine gift. And where's my gift? Without me, Marcelo would still be stammering and skulking about in the snow somewhere. Let's not forget the herbs as well. Indeed, little one. For rendering aid to the citizen of Ishgard, you are deserving of recognition. Until now, dragons have been permitted entry to the Holy See only on special occasions. But if you wish it, in my authority as Overseer, I shall arrange it so that you may freely come and go from the firmament. Would that suffice by way of a gift? Oh, I could live with that. I've always wanted to observe how men live. Now then, I must be returning to my duties. If there is any further trouble, do not hesitate to call upon me. Last but not least, allow me to thank you too. If it weren't for you, I likely would have been executed as a heretic. Worse than that, I would have remained estranged from my family. Please, accept this as a small token of my undying gratitude. I pray it serves you well on your adventures. Gave me food. Ah, Hero, you've come at a good time. I have a query for you. As you know, I'm descended from Ratotskir, And like her, I wish to fill the skies with beauteous songs. If I'm to do this, I must know historical events as I've lived them. To that end, I would meet the great person who put an end to the Dragonsong War. Do you know where I might find this individual? That'd be me. What? You're that great person? All this time I thought hero was your name. In any case, this makes things simpler. I want you to show me the key places where the war unfolded, and tell me tales about them. Lest you worry, I have Francois' permission to go to the city proper so long as I have company. So without further ado, let's begin with a visit to the vault. A child. The horror. Ooh. I need to finish up soon. But that's fine, because we are also nearly done. We've also nearly unlocked the next custom delivery person. I think there's 2 quests, including this one, until we unlock them. I think. So this is the vault where the most wicked of men once resided. Vidofnir told us of the time she rescued a child who was thrown off the top. Doubtless these walls have witnessed much and more, but what about you? Do you have any tales of your own about this place? I lost a dear friend here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Long as we dragons live, we form the strongest of bonds with each other. By the same token, it makes us feel the pain of loss very keenly. Yet while some would fall into despair, you made the loss your strength and forged on. Yes, as befits a hero. Right, that'll do for the vault. Next, let's head to the place called Falcon's Nest. I would see the famous relief betokening peace between man and dragon. So that dragon wishes to learn about Ishgard? So that's the relief. I've seen the artworks of men before, but I find it such a peculiar way to express one's feelings. Still, you can't be faulted for your artistry. But grand as it looks, the scent of sadness clings to it. The scent of blood. Vidofnir's and others. Whenever there's tragedy, our hearts can't help but be drawn to it. In this, it seems our kinds are the same. Now then. Have you noticed that we are being followed? I know not this person's intent, but let us return to the firmament for now. Very sneaky. Very sneaky. That's the Firmament MSQ with Francel. But we want to keep doing these. No more suspicious people about. Good. My thanks for acting as my guide. I feel as though I have a better understanding of the war now. Of course, this is just the beginning. If my songs are to be as resplendent as Ratutski's, I must learn more about men and their culture. I'd be glad to assist if it pleases you. That's Scent. You're the one who was following us. If you mean us harm, be warned that this woman is a hero. No. I wouldn't imagine doing you ill. My name is Haunt DeLong. Ever since I read Lord Edmont's memoirs, I've wanted to befriend a dragon. But I didn't have the slightest inkling how to go about it. So when I saw you with the savior of Ishgard, on the spur of the moment, I decided to follow. You see, it's my dream to become a writer. Not just any writer, but one who chronicles this new age of peace between man and dragon. So please, won't you allow me to assist you? Well now, how very commendable. I wholeheartedly approve of your endeavour, and I see no reason to refuse you. Yes, we can teach each other the way of our kind, and if you prove yourself useful, I shall credit you in my songs. Thank you. An unexpected but welcome development. I shall remain here and speak further with our new friend. I hope to hear more of your tales again. Oh yeah, that needs to be as a crafter. Ah, I've been waiting for you. Who better to tell of my studies than the very woman who set me on the course to enlightenment? My knowledge of mankind's histories has grown leaps and bounds, in no small part thanks to Haunt DeLong's expert instruction. L2 is too kind. She's told me so much of dragonkind in turn that I could hardly call myself the teacher in this arrangement. In fact, the time may soon come to put ink to parchment and begin my chronicles. And we all await that day with bated breath. Haunt DeLong has not been my only teacher. The city itself has lessons abound for those who would observe them. Seeing its splendour with my own eyes has made clear one inalienable difference between man and dragon. I speak, of course, of your kind's love of tinkering, building and crafting. And what a wonderful thing it is to behold. When dragons are wont to tear down obstacles with fang and claw, you tear them down with hammer and chisel, or else find an ingenious way around them entirely. By using tools tailored to specific tasks, you overcome your natural deficiencies. One tool will be used to wrest precious materials from the earth, and another to transform them into something greater than the sum of its parts. I find the whole process rather fascinating. When I gaze upon the towering spires of this city, I imagine a roost built with my own claws, larger even than the one my sire calls home. I am eager to see my dream realized as quickly as possible, but Horde advises against rushing into such an endeavor unprepared. He claims that to do so would lead to abject failure and possibly personal injury. You, however, are an experienced artisan, and I would be honored if you were to take me under your wing and teach me the art of making. I swear to be a dutiful study, and even should this day pass into the next, I won't rest until I've mastered even the most esoteric of skills. Well then, I believe we have an agreement. I can start right this moment if it pleases you. Now, L2, you know as well as anyone how busy our friend is. I also fear you may have misjudged just how long it takes to truly become a master craftsman. You mean it will take more than a day? I knew that, of course. I'd only hoped against hope that she had no appointments to save the world for the foreseeable future. Alas, my enthusiasm may have gotten the better of me. Don't fret, L2. She may still be able to help in some capacity. Perhaps if you can introduce us to a crafter with both the time and inclination to teach. I expect that one of the many artisans around the firmament would be willing to lend us their expertise, although you are in a far better position to judge their suitability than either of us. We shall look forward to meeting our mentor-to-be. Yeah, blah. Say again? That scrawny little dragling wants to craft. Heh, whatever next. As much as the notion of having a dragon for a protege piques my interest, however, my specialty is working metal. Great big slabs of it. Were she older, then maybe there'd be a place for her, but as it stands, she'd be more of a hindrance than an help. Oh, a crafter? My apologies, but I'm more inclined to gathering what bounty the earth has to offer. I leave it to others to mould said bounty into what they will. I'd love to introduce you to someone who might be of help, but I'm afraid my work here is endless. I went to the wrong side. Wrong side. Aye, I know the dragonette you speak of. I've seen her flitting about House Alienart from time to time. Quite the inquisitive one, if I recall. So she wants to learn the fine art of crafting, does she? I've heard strange things in my time, but few as bizarre as that. I'm sure I'd kick myself later if I passed up this opportunity, so I reckon I could find some time between projects to teach her a thing or two. Tell her I'll speak with her after I've finished up here, will you? Ah, the hero is returned! So have you found my teacher? Whose sharp eye and steady hand will guide me on the path to mastery? Ah, such great expectations, I must mean. While I assure you my hand is steady, sharpness of my eye is very much a matter of conjecture. Nevertheless, if it's crafting you wish to learn, I'm your man. Though I can't say I've ever had the honour of teaching a dragon before. Any road, I'm Arvid, at your service. I'm here in the firmament on assignment from the Sky Steel Manufactory. Dare say I have a few nuggets of wisdom knocking around in my head that are worth passing down. It's the young who must shoulder the burden of building the future, after all. Now, crafters come in all sorts, from cooks to weavers to smiths. Have you given any thought to where you might want to focus your energies? Focus? Well, can't I learn everything? Tell us, after, where should an aspiring artisan begin? Be it baking a cake or raising a castle, one must look first to their tools. Ah, spoken like a true professional. It is true that an essential part of a project is selecting the right tools for the job. However, there's a step that comes even before that. For now, let's start with the tools required to gather our own supplies. Our own materials. Once you have the right equipment and supplies, there's nothing you can't make with enough elbow grease. How splendid it is to have a guiding hand! There's no telling how long it would have taken Hortelong and I to decide where to begin had we been left to our own devices. Very well, gathering is where we shall pour our utmost efforts. Mayhap when I'm a seasoned artisan in my own right, I'll take it upon myself to teach my kin as I was taught. Now wouldn't that be a sight to see? I dare say there's never been a dragon who's learned a trade, let alone one who's passed such skills on to the next generation. Indeed, you may be correct on that count. The other dragons will be flabbergasted by the wonders I create. Of course, I don't plan on taking all the credit. It seems to me that mankind's most culturally significant works are those that result from collaboration, of people working together to make something greater than they could have alone. To that end, I must study and learn from the works of others. And even though you are too busy with your heroics to teach me daily, I would much appreciate if you would come by from time to time and offer what knowledge you can. Magnificent! I knew your generosity would match the greatness of your deeds. Well then, let's get your education started off on the right foot, eh? You can spy tradesmen of all sorts plying their trade at the new nest. Reckon you could certainly do worse than learn a couple of tricks from them. Ah, the place is practically a second home to young Hortelong and I. Allow me to lead the way. It's nearly over. Nearly. This here's Anna, and we have her and the House of Splendors to thank for supplying the firmament with quality materials at incredibly low prices. Suspiciously so, in fact. Are you implying there's some ulterior motive behind our generosity? Why, certainly not. I'm here at the behest of my organization to aid Ishgard in its fledgling days as an allied nation. We are driven as much by philanthropy as we are by profit, I can assure you. Excuse me, miss, but are you a craftswoman by any chance? I'm afraid, my adorable little dragonette, that my hands are entirely too clumsy to make aught aside from my morning tea. The 12 have seen fit to bless me with a sharp mind for trade, however, and so here I am. And that's precisely why we've come. L2 has it in her head to learn a trade or two, and we're here to set her on the right path. To that end, I would ask you to provide us with materials, and perhaps any counsel you might afford a young novice. What in the War and Peace is this dialogue? Yeah, there's a lot. It would be my pleasure. Perhaps in return she could tell me about the rarities and relics dragons keep in their lairs. I sense a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity has come before me, and if business in the firmament grows as much as my intuition says it will, this might be just what I require to turn a stream of gil into a veritable flood of riches. Consider me at your complete disposal. Say the word and I shall procure whatever you may need. How generous of you! You have our thanks, Miss Anna. Anything to foster the next generation of builders and tinkerers, my boy. As for the current generation, well, I suppose the house could bear to part with a few scripts in return for guiding our dragonette friend on her journey to mastery. Can't say no to an offer like that, can we? Well then, now that we're all acquainted, let's head back to the dais. Like, surely cheap voice actors were available. Oh no, this is Final Fantasy XIV, my friend. It's only the main story that gets cutscenes. That gets voice acting. Although there may be some voice acting in the Hildebrand questline. With Master Avid and Master Arthur guiding us, I'm sure we'll be raising fortresses and forging dazzling suits of armor in no time at all. Let's keep our ambitions manageable for the time being, shall we? Our first task is the construction of tools that will fit snugly in those claws of yours. I trust you can help with that? In the meantime, I have work of my own to attend to. If there's aught you need, you know where I am. Before I depart, however, I'll leave you with an assignment. Inspect everything After does with diligence. Discerning Eye is a tool that will outlast all others. Yes, Master Arvid. We'll give After's work the thrice over. And that should unlock L2 as a custom delivery. Hell yeah. Finally. So they need custom gathering tool component. But not even grunts or haze? Yeah. There's a reason why I skipped a lot of this originally. Okay, so that's a 1-to-1. Yes, these crafts are considerably harder than what we have done so far, because they're meant for level 70s. Whereas the ones that we were doing before could have been done by level 50s. And my gear isn't the best. Like, I legitimately have not geared my crafters. But it's fine. It all works out. Let's go and hand these in, and then we should still be able to do 3 more. And then that's where we'll finish it, because Neff has come home and it's nearly 2 in the morning. How long until you level up? Oh yeah, you're gonna level up from these 3. Okay. So this is what we need to make tools for gathering? Truth be told, I struggled to envision how all these parts fit together. I suppose grasping that is the first of many steps. Oh, I may very well be the first dragon to make her own tools. Oh my, you've certainly outdone yourself this time. Even Master Arvid might be hard-pressed to produce such fine work. Your supplies truly have been a godsend, hero. I'd say we have more than enough for me to begin learning the fine art of gathering in earnest. Let's go speak with Master Arvid at once. Ah, 'tis good to see you. I've been meaning to thank you for all your help with L2's education. An education which is off to a splendid start, I must say. I believe I have developed a keen sense for the finer arts of gathering, which Master Arvid says is the basics of all crafting. But even for gathering, you must have tools, and to make these tools, you must gather materials, and to gather those materials, you must have more tools. Ah, it's tools all the way down, isn't it? Or is it materials? No matter. It's as much of a fool errand as trying to guess if a dragon came before the egg. There is one fact to be gleaned from that conundrum, however. It is that crafting and gathering are inextricably linked. Indeed, you're correct. Without one trade, the other dies, and vice versa. That's precisely why I aim to see you proficient at both before our time together is done. To that end, I've devised something specially for those tiny claws of yours. An L2-sized pickaxe. Here, take it. What do you think? It's perfect. And that's a sky steel pickaxe. With that in claw, you'd look right at home among the rest of the workers. I see now that even though you wingless ones lack claws and fangs, you have the strength to shatter stone and sunder earth. I've an inkling now of how powerful the first of you to wield a pickaxe felt. For something so small and light, it's remarkably sturdy. Even I could swing it all day without tiring. The hidden treasures of the world shall be mine. This is all I could have hoped for and more. Thank you, Master Arvid. All I did was put the parts together. It was our friend that did all the hard work, actually. After brought so many materials that I had enough to make a few more. Perhaps you could give them to your dragon friends. I shall take them and I can leave at once. There we go. That's the first rank of reputation down. Welcome back, L2. So how was it? I'm sure the other dragons found your new tools to be quite fascinating. Well, you see, I'm afraid it wasn't quite like that. The dragonettes were delighted to see what I had brought, of course. The elder dragons, however, practically flew into a rage, haranguing the younger ones and insisting that such tools are contrary to a dragon's very nature. Oh, I see. Although it was far from the enthusiastic reception I had envisioned, I still believe that the prejudice of the past will, nay, must, give way to new ways of thinking if we are to coexist peacefully with the Ishgardians. And I know for certain there are those among the other dragonettes who are of the same mind. I must continue to persevere, else my efforts so far will have been for naught. Indeed, the other dragons will come around in time, I'm sure, even the most cantankerous of the lot. Perhaps you should take a different tack. The dragons might be much more amenable to something that was crafted by one of their own. Namely, you. What a marvellous suggestion, Hortlong. But there's still the question of what I might craft. Something eye-catching, unlike anything you've ever seen before. In that case, why not try your hand at weaving? The materials are lightweight and the tools are small enough for even you to use deftly. Clothing designed for dragons would be especially novel, which I'm sure many of them would find interesting. That's a wonderful idea! Oh, I can't wait to get started! That depends on our friend here. I'll need some time. I'll need some help procuring the materials. If it's not too much trouble, I'll give you a list of what you need. I'll take care of the rest. Great! In the meantime, I shall give thought to what exactly I might weave. Okay. So, I now need weaver parts. How much? I also only need one. Okay, that's easy. I much prefer only needing to buy one, and then it's just a matter of crafting it, as opposed to having to buy, like, 3 or 4 of them. Shit. Oh no, that'll be fine, I've got enough. I was hoping to get at least one good or higher. But I need to remember that I haven't done any of the crafting class quests for these. So I don't have the in Heavensward, it's really annoying. But in Heavensward, each crafting class has a skill that you get that makes you more likely to get the goods and awesomes and excellence or whatever the hell. But I don't have that. So I just have to get lucky. Okay, let's go turn these in, and then that'll be where we finish for today. But now I have 2 custom deliveries that I can do each week. Although I'm probably going to do Sloey's off stream, because we've already finished her story. Master Arvid explained to me that since we dragons are covered in tough scales, we've no need to fear needles pricking us. My claws are still a bit too clumsy for delicate work, but I feel that weaving might very well be my calling. Oh, you've certainly outdone yourself this time. I would have described weaving as the most fiddly. There you are. You have my utmost gratitude for all your deliveries so far. I feel that before long I'll be able to call myself a crafter in truth, just like you and Master Arvid. Of course, young Hordelong's efforts deserve recognition as well. And there we go. That's it. That's all you're getting. But yeah, it's nice that we now have those. I should do more. Oh god. I should do more stuff for the firmament, because there is yet another custom delivery that we can get, which will also have a different story with it. But thank you very much for watching. And I'll catch you in the next one. Have a good one. Later.